We're here for what might be the final Pokemon Yellow stream, depending on if I can get everything done tonight. I was originally planning on the next Pokemon Yellow stream being Monday night. Then that didn't work out because I was way too tired. So then I wanted it to be Thursday night. That didn't work out because I ran out of time before I could start up the stream. So here we are. And I am all geared up to do a nice, big, long stream of Pokemon Yellow, where we can potentially get everything remaining done. I'm excited for that. I hope you are too. Let's get right into it. And finish this game off, hopefully. Hello, pals! I am JoeDan54, and I've already got the audio up. In fact, in preparation of potentially finishing off this game on the backlog, I have prepared what I needed to ahead of time for possibly revealing the next game on the backlog. So, won't that be interesting? I will be making up the stream that I missed this week at some point by doing an extra stream at some point in a later week. We'll see. But, yes. So, Pokemon Yellow. Let's get right into it, shall we? I think we shall. Yes, all looks well. Let's get into the game. I actually have my Pokédex open because I was updating a spreadsheet after the end of the last Pokemon Yellow stream. Alright, let's get this macro set up. No, it's gonna click update. No, wait, hold on. Oh my god, I didn't even consider that. Oh, shit. No, stop. Oh, that's so annoying. I fucking hate system updates. Fine. This also means that I'm going to have to reopen Smash Ultimate and set everything up all over again, so that's wonderful. So we're just gonna sit here and have a good time while this loads again. And I will explain where we're going, what we're doing today. So last time on Pokemon Yellow, I went all through the Kanto region and caught pretty much everything I could. And there's not much left. One of the only things that's left is gonna be one of the most painful parts of this whole process, honestly. Which is the Safari Zone. And that's why I'm in Fuchsia City, is because we're gonna head straight for the Safari Zone and rip this Band-Aid right off. It's gonna be pretty rough. For a number of reasons. So, I would imagine this is probably going to take possibly the majority of this stream's runtime. We'll have to wait and see. And I've got some tricks up my sleeve for everything else that's left. So that'll be fun. Okay, it looks like we're probably gonna work this time. Okay. Let's get into it, shall we? There are a number of Pokémon that we need to get in this Safari Zone. Actually, now that I think about it, I do wonder if I can manipulate any of these encounter rates in the Safari Zone by doing repel manipulation. Let me see. So, let's review here. The Pokémon that we'll be getting in the Safari Zone. So we already got Execute. Are gonna be Marowak, Tangela, Kangaskhan, maybe Scyther, maybe Pinsir, Tauros, Dratini, and Dragonair. A number of those Pokemon have pretty low encounter rates, so I'm curious if I can manipulate those by doing repels at a specific level. In particular, Marowak. Let's see here. Maybe. I don't know if it would save much time. It's Passion Pink. Whatever. We'll go right in. And this is, not the entrance. Because why would they put a sign for the Safari Zone in front of the actual Safari Zone? I'm pretty sure I have to use cut in order to reach it. Maybe even twice. This, I think, is the Safari Zone. Yeah, okay. Yes, we only use a special Pokeball here. No Master Balls for this time, which is gonna be the big pain point for a lot of this. So, let's see here. So, yes. We're gonna keep an eye on our... actually, hold on. So, 491. And if I just do this... Fuck off. Okay. That's gonna be such a pain in the ass, but it's the best way of doing it. So, Rest House. I don't know which area I'm in. And that's kind of important, because I need to be in a specific area for these encounters. Is there a sign anywhere that tells me what area I'm in? That's so fucking annoying. Okay, whatever. Okay, so let's try and get the Pokemon in Area 1 first. Or I guess Center Area East. Is it here that I want to be? Okay. Center area. And then north is area 2. So this, I think, is where we want to be. And generally, from what I understand... Oh, God. You have to be, like, frame perfect with these flicks, otherwise he takes a step. Generally, from what... Oh my God! No way, right? No! Yes! Oh my God! Oh my God, that's so lucky! I was expecting that to be one of the hardest Pokemon to get, if not the single hardest in the Safari Zone. Holy shit! There's no way that just happened. Oh my God, is this why? Is this why I've been so fucking unlucky everywhere else in this game and every other game that I've been playing over the past few months? So that it can all culminate in me getting lucky right here and fucking now? Yeah, alright. The odds of this being the finale stream for this game just went way up. Okay. Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. So that is Marowak caught. So let me mark that down in my spreadsheet. I am in shock. So now, let's see here. I really should have made a better layout for this spreadsheet. It's fine. You can tell the mark of a good spreadsheet by just being able to find things without using Control F. Okay, so... Up next is a Pokemon that I think is easier to catch, but harder to encounter. Well, actually, hold on. Let's see if there are any other Pokemon that we actually want to get in Area 1, because Tangela is in the center area grass. We're in Area 1 right now. Tangela's in center area grass. Kangaskhan's in Area 2. Scyther's also in Area 2. Pinsir's in Area 3. Tauros is in Area 1. Okay. Let's stay here and try and get Tauros. Yeah, okay. The Bone Keeper. Small and weak, this Pokemon is adept with its Bone Club. It has grown more vicious over the ages. Oh, shit. I completely forgot about, the PC. No, I'm aborting the mission. I do not want to encounter a low encounter rate Pokemon and then the box is full. I appreciate how high the encounter rate here is, by the way. Hello, Cubone. How nice to see you here. I'm actually gonna get the hell out of here early. Because I don't know what box I have selected. And I do not want to take any risks. I am leaving early. Okay. What box do we have selected, and how much space is there in it? Okay, so we're in box 5. And in box 5, we have Seal, Raticate, Growlithe, Muck, Geodude, and Marowak. So there's 6 in here. I think that leaves enough space for everything we plan to catch in the Safari Zone. So, we're safe. Good to know. We're gonna have to pay the door fee in the Safari Zone again, but I can assure you, that's a drop in the water where we're going. Okay. Well, now we're in the center area, so we might as well get all the stuff that's in the center area. Which consists of Tangela. And that's it. At least for grass encounters, that's it. So we're just looking for Tangela here. Lots of Execute. I can see why this is the Pokemon that I already had. Shit. Oh, God. Hello, Parasect. Where did I catch Parasect, by the way? Oh, it was Cerulean Cave, okay. Flicking my circle pad. Yeah, this is, not the most fun thing in the world. But it is optimal in terms of not having to be repeatedly kicked out of the Safari Zone. Wait a minute. So that doesn't count as steps. Do I actually encounter a Pokemon by doing this? I don't think I do. Okay, damn. I thought I had freed myself from this hell. This won't be a problem in the Gen 3 Safari Zone, by the way. Because the Acro Bike, you can jump in place, and that counts as encounters, or like steps in place for triggering encounters. And I think you can probably do something similar with Sweet Scent, although that also is kind of tedious. Hello, Rhyhorn. So let's see here. Back to the center area for things. Tangela has a 4% encounter rate. So, yeah, it is... It's gonna be tough to get it here. Chansey can also be found here at a 1% encounter rate. But fortunately, we were able to not have to worry about Chansey and just get it in Cerulean. Okay. Yeah, we didn't have to worry about Chansey showing up here, guys. Oh my fucking god. Well, that's a clip. God, I'm bleeding steps here, man. Ugh. Oh my god. But yeah, these are the last typical, like, field encounters that we have to get. After this, it's like the nature of the dex completion is going to change completely. And also get a whole lot more straightforward and a whole lot more interesting. So, stay tuned. This is the worst thing that's left. I don't know if I've even seen Tangela in game yet. Maybe it was in Erica's gym. Oh, God. He's moving to the beat of the music. Oh, jeez. Ugh. The things I do to minimize the steps. Ugh. Also, we're gonna go off on some wild tangents on this stream, in particular, because there's one thing that I'm not fully prepared for, so... If you're wondering, this Tangela is the lowest encounter rate Pokemon left for us. So, the moment we catch one, it's full speed ahead. Or at least it should be. What's good, though, is the encounters that are for Pokemon I don't want go by quicker because I don't send out Pokemon in battle. So, like, I see a Pokemon I don't want and I'm immediately able to run. I don't even send anything out. Okay. Let's see. It's ball throwing time. No! No! I am honestly shocked that Marowak didn't do that. That's why I didn't really pop off when Tangela showed up. I'm like, I know this doesn't mean anything until it gets in that damn ball. Oh, that hurts. You guys like the Safari Zone music? It's so, like, unique, and it's not used anywhere else in the game. To be fair, it's not like the Safari Zone theme in Gen 3 is much of a standout either. It's such a short loop. The Great Marsh theme is pretty good, though. Okay. No. Oh, God. Oh! Hold on, this is optimal. Wait. Pikachu acts as a buffer, so I won't waste tiles if I just go here and move left and right. Okay, why am I not... does this not work for encounters? That's very upsetting, if true. That's crazy that that doesn't work. I'm so upset. Why? Why does this not work? I thought I was a genius. Is Tangela an encounter I can manip for? At all? I could remove Rhyhorn from the encounter table. I can remove Nidoran male from the encounter table, but not Nidoran female. Okay. That would make it slightly more likely to show up, I suppose. I hope we don't get to the point where we deem that necessary. I've already encountered 2 of them, and I've failed to catch both. halfway through the steps now. Oh, it does work, okay. Do I have to not bump into a wall for it to not work? I don't get it. For a couple of the encounters, we won't have to do this attempt to, you know, tread in place type shit. Because they're super odd encounters. It's been a bit since I've encountered an execute here. How have I gone this long without seeing a Paris? I've only seen Parasect here. This is a 5% encounter, by the way. So the combined total odds of seeing Tangela and Chansey. Go ahead, give me another Chansey. Oh. And now we've opened the floodgates. I just saw that the Chansey that you encounter here is level 7, by the way. Which is the default level of things you encounter with a long-range trainer glitch as well. Which, again, I could totally do for this Tangela. If A, I wasn't worried about it not being transferable. And B, I wasn't intentionally disallowing myself from doing that out of principle. We're gonna run out of steps very soon. You got a custom Sea Gear skin on your Gen 5 games? That's cool. How'd you do that? Did you use, like, Is that something you can do if, say, you, go on, like, a WFC emulator and then do stuff in, like, Join Avenue or something? Or did you just, like, mod the game? Oh, you used Entralinked. Okay. Yeah, I don't think, I don't know if you were there for my final Black 2 stream, but I was able to set up Entralinked, during the finale of my Black 2 playthrough. And I was able to tuck a Pokemon in using GameSync through Entralinked. And, I got a medal for that would otherwise be impossible. And it looked like there was some other useful functionality in that app that I will probably be taking advantage of in the future as well. Yeah, I can take a look at it. It's not like anything interesting is happening on stream right now. I'm trying to get a Tangela in the Safari Zone. It is a 4% encounter rate. And, you know. It's also Gen 1 Safari Zone catching mechanics. It's bad, man. I was also trying to catch a Marowak, which is a 5% encounter, and I got it really quickly. So, did you bring Sweet Scent by any chance? Is Sweet Scent in Gen 1? When I run out of steps, I'll check. When you just turn cardinal directions, you don't waste steps, but eventually you slip up and hold the button for too long. It's Gen 2, god damn it. Yeah, if it was in this game, that would save me a lot of grief. Okay. Let's see. This is attempt number 3 catching this thing. Motherfucker! How is it that I had an easier time catching the Marowak? I caught the Marowak on the first time I saw one here. And there's the steps. Let me actually see here. Because I have the Safari Zone article, for the Kanto Safari Zone article up. Did you get a good haul, they asked. No, I fucking didn't. And the Gen 1 section is way shorter than the Gen 3 section. The Gen 3 section has, like, complex strats laid out for everything. The Gen 1 section is just, like, completely worthless. I don't know if there's any way to optimize it, aside from one thing. And I think I will... go for it now, which is Repel Manipulation. In the Gen 1 Safari Zone, the Pokemon can be shiny if you fish them up. You mean, like, if you were to transfer them to Gen 2? So let's see here. So Tangela, the level at which you encounter it is 22. So if I bring HM Symbiote to the front of my party and feed it 5 rare candies... Where are my rare candies? Right here. And if they have certain stats too, yeah, I figured. Leech Life. Cool, good to know. Apparently it got to level 20 before it even had a full moveset. Okay, Tangela, yeah, level 22. So one more. And now we do Repel Manipulation. And... that should... slightly increase the odds of Tangela showing up, because that will remove Rhyhorn from the encounter table, and it'll remove female Nidoran from the encounter table. And it'll remove Chansey from the encounter table. Thank God! Can't be caught dead finding any more Chansey. But yeah, this is easily the most difficult Pokemon left in the entire dex for me. So... once we get this out of the way, it should be smooth sailing. Alright. Yeah, sadly that only removes, so let's see, a 1% encounter, a 10% encounter, and a 20% encounter. So, 31% of the encounter table is removed, so it's not much of an increase, but it's enough of one where I think doing this is worth it. Alright. Here we go again. Every fucking time, all it does is wiggle once and then run. I don't think I've thrown a single ball that's done anything other than that. Have you played Deltarune yet? I haven't even played Undertale. I'm sure I will eventually. It's a pretty important game, after all. What is Tangela's base speed? Can't imagine it being too fast. Yeah, it's base 60. So, you know. Wait, what is its catch rate? Because this thing is kicking my fucking ass. Its catch rate is 45. Compare that to Marowak, whose catch rate is... oh, it's 75. Okay. Well, alright. I guess Tangela is a harder Pokemon to catch then. Oh god, right. Wait, I haven't used 100 steps on that repel. Do fucking cardinal direction turns count towards the repel steps? I think they do. I think that was something exclusive to Gen 1, wasn't it? Well, fuck me, I guess. This is gonna be an expensive strategy. And don't worry, I did make sure that the box is not full. So we won't have that issue in the Safari Zone. Although, if we did have that issue, it would have already shown up. Because I wouldn't have even been able to throw a ball. Oh my god, bro. Give me a fucking encounter. What is this? I scared them all away. I got all of one encounter from that repel. But yeah, this turns Tangela's 4% encounter rate into, like, slightly above a 5% encounter rate, I think. So, not much of an improvement. But it's something, I guess. just gonna wear off. Get better material! Did you see how many times that it just wiggle out, wiggle out, wiggle out, every single fucking time? I threw like 10 balls. That has to be some like Gen 1 bug bullshit. That is like statistically impossible. I think I'm gonna throw bait at the next one. Because I think Tangela's I think Tangela's catch rate is glitched. There's no way that happens. Like, there's no way that's a feature. Or is it a rock, or is it... I actually don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry, Paris. I'm gonna test this on you. Okay. Yeah, see, that's the problem. It makes them... I think... Yeah. I think it's... The rock makes them more likely to run, so there's a pretty good chance I throw a rock at Tangela, and then it just runs away immediately. But judging by that showing right there, I think that's literally the only way that we can catch Tangela, is by throwing a fucking rock. I've seen more favorable variants in legendary Pokemon in this game. Alright, let's see. Yeet. Okay. Even with bait, it only wiggles! Tangela has to be glitched. That was me. That wasn't you. There is another place that I can encounter Tangela in the Safari Zone. In yellow. It's Area 3 West. Where it has a 1% encounter rate. But repel manipulation is more effective. I can get rid of 31% of the encounter table here. But here it can be, let's see. Ugh. I can remove 69% of the encounter table. If I were to go to Area 3 West. Nice. Which, now that I think about it, I don't think that actually makes it any better. Yeah, no, sadly, that's not any better. Ugh. If I have another one of those fucking fights where all it does is wiggle once and then jump out over and over again, I'm probably gonna save the game and reset and see if that, like, fixes the RNG or something. Because I don't think the game is functioning correctly. According to this Gen 1 Safari Zone calculator that I have up, a level 22 Tangela, which is the level at which I encounter it in this area, has a 6.75% chance of being captured in any singular given ball. And each turn it has a 26.56% chance of running if I don't use bait or rocks. And yes, the optimal strategy is to just throw balls, which is what I figured. The only reason I tried rocks is because the game seems to be glitched and is giving me the exact same catch result every single time of wiggle release with 0 variance. Not a single Safari ball is missed, not a single Safari ball has given me more than 1 wiggle. This is not normal behavior. I'm resetting the game. I'm resetting the fucking game. The RNG has to be glitched. There's no way. There's no fucking way at this point. Maybe it's a virtual console thing, and the RNG is just completely bugged out. I don't know. But this is, like, it's statistically impossible behavior. The fact that I've gotten the exact same wiggle release, at this point, like, 40 times in a row. That's not what I meant to do! And I've been spending, I think, an entire hour trying to get this fucking piece of shit. Right, I don't have a repel active. Thanks for the reminder, Chansey. Wiggle, get out. Go ahead, do it again. What? Why? There has to be something wrong with this game. No, that's not... At least you're doing it, too. At this point, I'm shocked I was even able to get Marowak. Oh my god! Oh my god, yes! 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 Get me out of this fucking hellhole! Oh. Its identity is obscured by the depths of hell. The vines are said to never stop growing until they consume everything. Save. Oh my fucking god, it's over! It's over! You guys ready to do that for a bunch of other Pokemon now? Oh my fucking god. That might have been the most mentally taxing experience on the entire backlog so far. Like, that might be worse than Corrin's classic mode. Or was it? No, Byleth's classic mode, sorry. That might be worse than the Corrin battle in in Byleth's classic mode. Oh my fucking god. I thought I was gonna have to break out the nuclear option. Which is, by the way, my only choice for a few other Pokemon. Okay, so... to review, I'm pretty sure we do... Just to make sure we have Execute, right? We do have it? Yes? Yes? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Yeah, we have it. Alright. So we have Execute, we have Marowak. We have that stupid fucking Tangela. We still need to get Kangaskhan. And Tauros, and those are the only two grass encounters left that we absolutely do need to get. Okay. Fortunately, while these Pokemon are probably still going to be pretty hard to catch, Kangaskhan has the same catch rate as Tangela, so that's going to be great. Kangaskhan is at least a Pokemon that can be found more easily. Instead of it being a 4% encounter, I actually don't know what its optimal catch rate is. Let's see here. Based on my spreadsheet, the best place to get it is Area 2. Okay, yeah. It's Area 2, where it has a 15% encounter rate, which is more than triple that of or more than triple that of Tangela. Oops. Resume that game, baby. I'm safety saving. Holy fucking shit. I never want to experience that again. That was unbearable. That took, like, over an hour and 20 minutes to get one Pokemon. And Repel's effect wore off. Would I be able to Repel Manip here? Oh! It looks like the answer is an incredibly resounding yes. If I Repel Manip, I remove almost the entire encounter table. If I Repel Manip with a level 28 Pokemon in Area 2 North, the only two Pokemon I can encounter are Kangaskhan and male Nidoran. Everything else gets removed from the encounter table. Okay, so, to review, the only two grass encounters left are Kangaskhan and what was the other one? Tauros? Yeah, Tauros, okay. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I'm in Area 2 right now. Or am I? No, I'm in Area 1 right now, right? I think I'm in Area 1. Yeah, I'm in Area 1. Okay. So, we're actually right now in the area where we would get Tauros. So let's take a look at Tauros real quick. Which in Area 1 has a 10% encounter. So, still gonna be a tough one. And it has the same catch rate. So, here we go again! Repel Manips would not be helpful here, like, at all. The only thing they would remove is a 10% Cubone. So I'm not even gonna bother. But they'll be easier to encounter, even if they're gonna be just as difficult to catch. It has more than double the encounter rate of Tangela. Although I think it's slightly less than double that. 2 in a row, okay. Slightly less than double that if you take repels into account. Yeah, this is horrid. Three Tauros in a row? That's crazy, and I'm not gonna catch any of them. At this rate, I'm gonna run out of Safari Balls. arena. That's not a very common sprite to see. But yes, Dratini and Dragonair are also encounters in the Safari Zone, but the whole thing with the steps won't be a problem because they're Super Rod encounters. Let me actually see here. And it's the center area where they're both the best. Dratini has a 20% chance, and Dragonair has a 10% chance. So... yes. Their catch rates, I don't know about their catch rates. We'll see about their catch rates when we get to that. But for now, it's, we still got 2 more Pokemon to catch here. We just have to wait for one impossible, ridiculous Pokeball to get Tauros. Theoretically, Kangaskhan, which I'm going after following Tauros, should be also slightly easier because its catch rate, or its encounter rate is slightly higher, so... we're slowly getting the worst ones out of the way. Tangela was the worst one remaining. Now Tauros is the worst one remaining. Yeah, we're running low on steps and balls. Oh my god, it's another Marowak. I'm glad Marowak is off the table. And yeah, Sweet Scent is not in Gen 1. It was added in Gen 2. It almost seems like the Safari Ball, the Safari Balls on that Pokemon with that specific catch rate, which is all of the remaining ones that I've seen so far, is like a binary. Where it either wiggles out and breaks, wiggles once and breaks free, or you catch it and those are the only 2 possibilities. There's no double wiggle and there's no miss. Give me another Tauros. Another Chansey, huh? That's a 4% encounter in this area, by the way. So it is actually a lot more likely to find it here than it is anywhere else. Or not anywhere else, but more likely than the other area. If patience is a virtue, I could go to heaven after killing someone following the completion of the Pokédex in this game. There's still a lot left, but look at that. Oh my fucking god. I'm saving again. I've seen an awful lot of everything except Tauros now. I would love for this supposed 10% encounter to show its face a little more often. No! Ugh! Yeah, we might be 4 hours into the stream before I'm done with even the grass encounters here. Oh, Tauros has a considerably higher speed stat, doesn't it? Oh no, that's gonna make this a lot worse, isn't it? Yeah, it's got 110 speed. Oh boy. Yeah, it's gonna be even harder to catch, so we might be here for just as long. Even if it is easier to find. Allegedly, considering how fucking long it took me to find that one Tauros. Feels like every single bit of RNG in this game is broken. There's a reason why I didn't feel bad at all using my maximized Master Balls on all the other encounters in this dogshit game. Yeah, it has a 42.19% chance of running in a neutral state. So almost half the time, it's gonna run right after I throw a single ball. What an absolute nightmare. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. Let me just look ahead for Kangaskhan. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Kangaskhan is base 90 speed. So let's see here. Kangaskhan looks like it's slightly more difficult to catch than Tauros, but it will also be easier to find. Yeah, there really isn't much of any repel manipping I can do. At least, I don't think so. Definitely not in this area. Apparently there's also a 10% chance of finding it in Area 3, where it's also not going to be effective doing it there. So, yeah. This is really our only choice. I think it's safe to say I'm not going for, was it Scyther and Pinsir in the Safari Zone? Because the two options are get those in Safari Zone, or get those from the Game Corner. I think the decision has been made very easy for me now. We will be getting them from the Game Corner. Which is probably going to be the next thing I do right after the Safari Zone, is go to the Game Corner. place is such a fucking joke. At least give credit to the Tangela. They would stay in battle a lot longer without running. No! Oh my god. I was gonna say, if I catch that, I'm resetting. I'm pretty glad I didn't stream this on Monday or Thursday night. It would have completely killed my mood for the rest of the week. Notice how I was, like, perfectly tapping and not moving? But then for, like, 30 seconds, and the moment I actually moved a tile, I encountered a Pokemon. I'm starting to think that the whole thing about turning cardinal directions might be a lie. Couldn't repel Mip with HM Symbiote anyway, because it's actually a level too high, so I'd need a different Pokemon. But it would not make a substantial difference at all. Let me actually see here. So with Tangela... Yeah, okay. With Tangela, we boosted its percent encounter chance from 4 to 5.7, or sorry, 5.8, which is a noticeable relative increase. If we were to do the same thing with Tauros, the best it would do would be increasing its chances from 10% to 11.11111 repeating. So, yeah, not really worth it. well, still not showing up very frequently at all, but it is showing up more common. It's showing up more often than Tangela did. And Chansey's showing up this often is just kind of funny. Sometimes Marowak shows up as a joke, too. We got, like, all of the rarest Pokemon here, back to back to back, right there. Aside from, I guess, Parasect. Oh, wait, no. Parasect isn't here in yellow. So, yeah, literally. Oh, wait, no, never mind. There's actually a Pokemon in this area that, that we have not even encountered at all yet. Scyther is a 1% encounter here. Yeah, gee, I wonder if we want to get that from the game corner instead. I wonder if that would be a better choice. What do you think, guys? Oh, it's a 4% encounter in Area 2. Okay. That's wild. Running low on balls and steps. Chansey. That's pretty insane that this entire time, not a single Scyther. I didn't even know it was here. Do you think we'll get it before we catch Tauros? I think we will. I think it'll show up before we catch a Tauros. Thank God for the game corner. It at least slightly lowers the amount of pain I have to go through here. And yeah, Kangaskhan is gonna be a total bitch to catch too, but Repel Manip, at least from what I saw, goes crazy there. So we'll get a lot of chances at it at the very least. I don't think I ever encountered any Tangela back-to-back. So yeah, Tauros is definitely more common around these parts, but that doesn't mean it's an easier catch. In fact, it is a more difficult one to compensate for that. Honestly, the Tauros actually, its chance of capturing the Pokemon per ball isn't that much different than Tangela. It's a 6.75% chance versus a 6.54% chance. But then you factor in the much higher running percent chance. It's 42.19% chance to run for Tauros. It's 26.56% for Tangela. What is it for Kangaskhan? 46.09 at level 28. 53.91 at level 33. Which are the two levels that you encounter it at. And you don't really have control over which one, I think. Although I guess I could force Kangaskhan to be a level 33. But I don't think that would be beneficial to me at all. I don't think that cuts out any more of the encounter table, so yeah, that's not worth it. So let's just say, you know, on average, it's probably like a just under half to run. And it's even less likely to get in the damn ball. But only barely. It's a 6.44% chance, I think. Probably one more Tauros, and then I'm gonna have to cut my losses and call it for this Safari game, because at that point I probably won't have any balls to reliably put up a fight. Still have not seen a single Scyther here, by the way. If I do find a Scyther here, I will try to catch it. But, that, of course, is not a priority. The priority is Tauros, since that's the only way I can get it here. But yeah, like, for Kangaskhan, Repel with a level 28 Mon. The only possible encounters are Kangaskhan and female Nidoran. Or, sorry, male Nidoran. Which increases its chances from a 15% encounter to almost a 43% encounter. It probably means a lot more running around in the grass before I actually get an encounter, but almost half of my encounters when going for Kangaskhan will be Kangaskhan. So that will hopefully help speed things along. Yeah, this is pretty bad. You know what? Let's see what the catch rate for Dratini and Dragonair. It's the same. Okay, they're all 45. What about their speed? Base speed 50 for Dratini. Base speed 70 for Dragonair. Okay. What levels do I encounter them at? It's probably a giant range because they're aquatic encounters. Oh no, it's level 10 for Dratini, level 15 for Dragonair. Okay. Still a very low % chance to actually capture it, but its chance of running is 1 in 8. Much lower. And then for Dragonair, 21.88 for running. And again, we don't have to do step bullshit. Turning around and shit. There's all our steps. Here we go again. Chansey is showing up a lot here. So never mind, it wasn't actually the rarest Pokemon here back to back to back. There has still not been a single Scyther. Again, 1% encounter in this location. Makes me very happy that A, it's more common in another location, and B, I'm not fucking going for it in the Safari Zone. Haven't found a whole fucking lot of Tauros here. Again, if this worked to get encounters, it would be so perfect, but it doesn't. the one thing I could have used to help maintain my sanity during this process is not possible. Turn up the audio just a little bit. Yeah, thank you. What is Kangaskhan's percent chance to run? Isn't it like super fucking high or some shit? Yeah, it is. Oh, God. feel like I've seen almost as many Chansey as I've seen Tauros. Despite the Chansey allegedly having less than half of the encounter rate. Marowak I've definitely seen less than, and definitely seen way less than Chansey, despite it allegedly having a higher encounter rate. I'm gonna have to feed Pepper soon. I guess I'll do it after the Safari game is done. I was planning on doing it after I caught Tauros, but that doesn't seem like it's happening any fucking time soon. Still have not encountered a single Scyther, by the way. god, I'm not going for that. See her eyeing my laptop. Do not jump up there. No, don't. Don't do it. It is shocking to me how fucking terrible this game is. How did this spawn a franchise? How did people play this and then say, yeah, I'll buy the sequel? Were people's standards really that low when this game came out? We're gonna run out of steps pretty soon. I'll run a BRB when the Safari game ends. Can we get one more encounter? No, we can't. No, we can't. Okay. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, let's get back to it. seems like I might have been a little presumptuous in saying that Tangela was the worst one that was left. Yeah, I think the whole turning cardinal directions thing is a complete scam. Every time I do that, I don't get any encounters, and then the moment I press a button for too long and I actually move, I immediately get an encounter. So, fuck turning in cardinal directions. It doesn't work. I'm just gonna eat the steps. And this Pokemon is awfully rare for a 10% encounter. It's, like, really not showing up at all. When I do my Supercut video for this, I'm gonna pull up statistics on the amount of times I encountered every Pokemon here, and you are going to see that it is definitely lower than 10%. After which I will then petition Bulbapedia to fix their article, because this shit is clearly not right. But it's hard to blame them, right? I mean, who in their right mind would sit down and do something like this? That's 3 turn 1 runs in a row, by the way. We're running out of steps a hell of a lot faster, but honestly, I don't care, because we're also getting encounters a lot faster, my thumb doesn't hurt as much, and it's just less mental anguish, if only ever so slightly. I really need anything at this point. Also, again, allegedly, there's a level 1 Scyther, or level 1, there's a 1% Scyther in this area. I have been in this area for well over an hour. I have not encountered a single Scyther. So I'm beginning to think that that's a complete lie as well. Nice. I was just looking up a video, or I was looking up to see any examples of anybody catching Tauros in this fucking game. And of course, one of them cut out all of the attempts to just show it being caught. The other one, it's how to catch Tauros in Pokemon Yellow, and it's just the fucking long-range trainer glitch. Like, yeah, I'm tempted to do that too. I'm tempted to abandon this entirely and just go to that. Honestly, you know what? I'm still gonna try my damnedest, but if the stream uptime hits 6 hours, and I'm still trying to get this fucking Tauros, I'm giving up, and we're gonna do it my way. That's the end of this Safari game. staying in here for another 2.5 hours. At most. Then we're gonna get them a different way. Oh my god! The first Scyther here, it's real. That's so insane that it took this long to encounter one Scyther. Imagine if that was the only way to getting it. That's crazy. What an awful game. I will have no regrets using the nuclear option on any and all remaining Safari Zone Pokémon once we hit 6 hours. Oh, okay. The floodgate is open now, I guess. It's very interesting seeing the extremely stark contrast between a battle with Tauros, where it runs very quickly, and then there's Scyther. It sadly seems like Kangaskhan will also be more of a Tauros-like in terms of how quickly it runs. For the record, we've been trying to get this Tauros for over an hour and a half now. I hope you can understand why I have zero interest in seeing this through to the absolute end. When there is an easier way of doing things that perhaps is not my preferred method, but is going to be the only method that sees me making it out with my sanity intact. Believe it or not, I have a life outside of this game, and I'd like to get back to it, because I hate this game, and I want to be done with it. And there's a way of being done with it quicker. What I'm doing right now isn't fun, it isn't fair, and it isn't worth my time. At this point, I'm honestly just doing this as a demonstration to show how not worth it is to ever fucking touch this game. There's probably going to be quite a few games on the backlog where I'm going to be presented with the potential ability to glitch my way to a certain achievement. Where I can use glitches to make things happen as an alternative method to the intended method. And whenever I'm presented with that potential option, of course the first question in the first place is, well, is it possible? And if I'm presented with that option in the first place, then the answer is yes. The next question is it worth exploring that possibility? And, well, if I'm even asking that question in the first place, the answer is also probably yes. Because the other factors are, you know, how much time do I have to invest in the glitched method to get the glitched method to work? Is it easier? Is it more feasible? Does it involve external tools? Do I have access to those external tools? Why the fuck am I not encountering a fucking Pokemon here? Does the intended method take skill, or is it just an RNG fest? Is the intended method fun? You'll notice the answer to every single one of those questions leans towards me throwing in the towel in the Safari Zone and abandoning it. Any sane person would have done so already. But I'm giving it about another 140 minutes to prove me wrong. Go ahead, Tauros, prove me wrong. I dare you. Yeah, didn't think so. Given the amount of time I could have potentially had for a weekday stream, if I had the exact luck that I had this stream, I would have had a stream where all I caught was Marowak and Tangela. Imagine that. A stream where the only accomplishment was catching 2 Pokemon that aren't even, like, legendary. They're just Safari Zone assholes. For the record, it does seem like, based on some information that I've seen, the Safari Zone, or the Safari Balls in this gen, don't work as intended. That is to say, as a result of all of the Safari Pokemon being at full health, that they don't work properly. That's another Safari game done. Almost accidentally threw a Safari ball. I feel like the fact that I managed to catch Marowak here, and so quickly, should account for something, right? just around 2 hours and 7 more minutes. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. Hello, Scyther. Yeah, I guess its cry is kind of like a sped up version of Seeking's cry. I wasn't really convinced of that at first, but I hear it now. Don't worry, we have a much easier way of getting, Scyther. That does not involve the nuclear option. Oh my god! Yes! Oh, that was not worth it at all. That took 2 hours! A rowdy Pokemon with a lot of stamina, but not as much stamina as me, bitch! Once running, it won't stop until it hits something. Oh. Okay. Oh fucking K. We at least get to move on and get a slight change of scenery. Even if, at this point, I'm not particularly confident that it's gonna get any better with the next one. That was me. That was not you. Okay. So. Area 2 is where we're headed next. That is the best location for getting, for getting Kangaskhan. I don't have a whole lot of steps left, though, so I don't know if I'm even gonna make it there. Yeah, sure. Another encounter. Why not? God damn it. Oh my fucking god, we actually got it. Okay. Save the game. Alright. Ugh. just pure torture. The whole lot of it. Alright, so we're gonna want a Repel Manip for Kangaskhan. Because that is gonna drastically increase the chances of encountering it. Fuck you, Tauros. Get the fuck out of here. Done with you. Okay. Let me see. Look at how many steps I have to expend just to get to the place where Kangaskhan is. Which apparently has an even higher chance of running. Is this area 2? Shut the f- Nobody cares. Why with all the fucking trainer tips? I just want to know if I'm in the right area. I think I am. Anyway, so the repel manipulation strategy here is we're going to take HM Symbiote and we're going to raise him to level 28. And that should remove all potential encounters. Except for Kangaskhan and one of the Nidorans. What? Symbiote is evolving? No, don't do that. We're pressing B on this one, chat. We're gonna have to do that every time, huh? Yeah, we're gonna have to do that every single time. It's fine, don't worry about it. Two more times. Spore! Actually, yeah, sure. Spore is broken. I don't know what I just did, because that's the fucking terrible menus of Gen 1 again. I forgot Scratch. Okay. Oh, stop! I like spammed B and it still didn't work. Okay, level 28. And now we enter the grass. Get ourselves a repel. I don't have very many of these left. And try and get ourselves some encounters. Battle Rattle. Alright, here we go again. So yes, this one, the Kangaskhan is apparently even, it's slightly harder overall to catch than Tauros. It's a little more likely to run, and slightly less likely to stay in the ball. But as you can see, we're running into it a lot more often. We also have this nice corner that's helping us from bleeding steps. It's not perfect, though. The only Safari Zone exclusive mons that are left are Kangaskhan, Dratini, and Dragonair. So let's see if we can get them all before the 6-hour mark of the stream. I'm probably gonna have to buy more repels. The rate at which I'm encountering Kangaskhan so far is encouraging. There's the other possible encounter. Those are the only two possible Pokemon that we can find here with this Repel Manip. That thing was not running. By the way, without a repel, Scyther has a 4% chance of showing up here. If I run out of repels and I still have Safari Balls, I'm probably just gonna run out the steps. See if I run into a Scyther, and then I'm able to catch it. That would be very funny. Unfortunately, of the two possible encounters with this Repelment Ep, Kangaskhan is expected to be the less common of the two. Nidoran has a 20% encounter chance, and Kangaskhan is 15%, so on average it's expected to see Kangaskhan slightly less. Around, what, 3/7 of the time, I think? Well, let me tell you something. 3/7? A lot better than 1/10. Is that my last repel? We have one more. Alright, let's run out the rest of the steps. Might as well, right? Especially with that spicy Scyther chance, right? You never know. Where the hell is Pinsir, by the way? Apparently Pinsir is also catchable somewhere here. 1%! No, it's okay. It has a 4% in Area 3. A place we're not even gonna go to. Wow, without the repel, Kangaskhan is nowhere to be seen. Thank God for the repel. The repel is a good product. I will spend my money on more of it. There's another battle rattle. Do your little dance. Hello, Scyther. Figured you might show up. Yeah, bye. As in, buy, as in I will buy you at the game corner. Oh yeah, I recently, actually finally downloaded, TCG Pocket. Oh my god, it's Pinsir! Hello! The other mythical Safari Zone encounter. Oh my god! No way! No way, I just caught a 1% Pinsir on the first try! That's ridiculous! Grips its prey and its pincers and squeezes hard. It can't move if it's cold, so it lives in warm places. There's no way that just happened. There's no way! I feel like I should be allowed to bypass the Kangaskhan at this point. After that. That's crazy that that happened. I only have one Safari Ball left. When I ran out these final steps after running out of repels as a joke, I think the last thing I expected was running into a Pinsir and catching it on the first try. Again, 1% encounter, by the way. Would have appreciated if some of that luck was saved for, you know, the Pokemon I was actually trying to catch. You bet I got a good haul. Alright, that's gonna be a save. Alright, let's go buy more repels. Can I do that in Fuchsia? Let me actually see. Yes, I can also... Oh, specifically super repels are available here, it looks like, and not regular ones. That's funny. Fine by me. I'll take more efficient repels. Oh, it's right over here, too. Beautiful. I would like to buy your wares. Okay, can I afford to get 40? Yes, okay. Maybe Pinsir is, like, a relatively easy mon to catch, but still, that's insane. Just goes to show you how bullshit the rest of it is. So what level was... did I... Alright, at 15. Okay, well, that probably helps. Finding it at a low level. Its catch rate is ever so slightly higher than Tauros's. I think it's actually lower than Tangela's, though. So, still no gimme. It also has a lower chance of running. It's a 25% chance. Alright, well, I need to remember how to actually get back to the area I want to be in. I might be able to get there quicker by going west. Let's see. Oh, was it blocked off? You son of a bitch. Why would you do this to me? It's blocked off unless you can surf. Gotcha, okay. We surf. And, now I think we're in Area 3. But then we go north. Nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. Okay. And now we are in Area 2 again. And with all of the repels that we have, it's back to our campaign for Kangaskhan. Already? Oh my god! And all it took it was for a Kangaskhan that forgot how to run. What? Raises its young in its belly pouch. Won't run from any fight to keep its young protected. Well, as it turns out, my prediction of it being around 4 hours into the stream, when I caught Tangela, for getting Tauros and Kangaskhan wasn't too far off. Now then, the only Pokemon that we have left that we need to get in the Safari Zone are Dratini and Dragonair. And we no longer have to worry about steps. We can stay in the Safari Zone indefinitely to get these last two, because they are fishing encounters. god. I'm in the wrong spot. Your next challenge. Finding a way out of here. It is... let me see. Yeah, the center area where we want to do these fishing encounters. I should have enough steps to get there. It is a 20% chance to get... yeah, it's a 20% chance... oh, perfect. I needed that. It's a 20% chance to get Dratini, 10% chance to get Dragonair. Dragonair's level is relatively low. I think. Yeah, they're both pretty low. Level 10 for Dratini, level 15 for Dragonair. Imagine getting a level 15 Dragonair and then having to manually raise it to level 55 to get Dragonite. No thanks. Thank God for rare candies. and thank God for long-range trainer glitch. Okay, so... alright, Dratini is level 10. Still has a relatively low catch chance, but also a low chance of running. It only runs 1 out of every 8 times. And it is specifically the Super Rod that we want to use. I'm also curious. I have not actually decided to not press a button upon getting a bite, so let's see, for science, if I don't press anything. It still works. Okay, cool. Well, that makes it easier for me. I don't think repel manipulation works on fishing encounters, right? I don't think it does. Yeah, okay. It does not affect fishing, nor does it affect sweet scent. Which, of course, is not a concern of Gen 1. Alright. But, yeah, the other 70% of the time it is going to be Magikarp. So while I think the chances of us actually catching any given Dratini or Dragonair are going to be higher than the chances of everything else we've done so far, actually encountering one is going to be a lot more of a pain. But hey, at least we don't have to worry about steps. So, it's trade-offs, it's trade-offs. We don't have to worry about the Safari game ending. Good old fishing sim. Alright. Eventually we're gonna get something that's not a Magikarp, and it's gonna be so exciting. Because again, the entire rest of the encounter table is stuff that I would be more than happy to catch. Like a Dragonair, for example. Oh, my god! Well, that's the first time that's happened to the Safari Zone. Oh, god. We finally got something other than a catch or a single wiggle. A miss entirely. The most unexpected and unlikely thing experienced so far in the Safari Zone. Actual variance. Don't put the bike on top. Hello, Dragonair once again. I missed the ball Pokemon immediately. It's crazy. Let's go over to Dragonair, which is... yeah, level 15. Its chance of running is 21.88%, so... as expected, it's higher than Dratini. But it should still happen less than a quarter of the time. Which is not what I've seen so far. Hello, Dratini. How do you do? Yeah, we're probably gonna be here for a while. Until I run out of Safari Balls, at least. Might be the first time that actually happens. You know what? I'm gonna make a bit of a concession because of how terrible this Safari Zone is. And the fact that I got that goddamn pincer. If we get to the 5-hour mark of this stream, and I have either only gotten one of Dratini or Dragonair, or gotten neither of them, I will be satisfied with only getting one of them. Or maybe I should specify Dratini, which is definitely more likely to get than Dragonair. God, I'm gonna run out of balls, dude. Fortunately, it's nowhere near as much of a pain to actually get back here. So much for not having to worry about the Safari game ending. It is gonna end, but not due to steps. It's gonna be due to running out of Safari Balls. I certainly wish that that repels could affect fishing encounters, because it wouldn't completely eliminate Magikarp from the encounter table, but it would reduce the amount of Magikarp. Especially if I were to catch Dratini and only need Dragonair. I just looked over, I see Dragonair, it's apparently a 3.72% chance of capturing the Pokémon per ball. Which is way worse than I thought. It has the same catch rate as Dratini. Why is it harder to catch? Like, vastly harder to catch. I mean, that explains why the misses are happening. Presumably. Still very weird, though. Come on. Yes! Just Dratini left. According to a witness, its body was surrounded by a strange aura that gave it a mystical look. Oh my god, well I did not expect that. It is just Dratini left. I did not expect at all that I was going to get Dragonair before Dratini. And there were some points during the Tauros grind that I did not expect that I was going to be getting anything at all. Until, you know, way, way later. But I'm running low on Safari Balls now, so the next Dratini I see might end up eating up the rest of my Safari Balls. Let's see. I've got 3 left. Is it gonna work? It is not going to work, and I still have 1 Safari Ball. Sure. Let's see if we can 1 ball the next Dratini. If I do, I'm gonna nickname it 1 Baller. Unfortunately, that now means that only 20% of the encounter table is useful to me, rather than 30%. So the useful encounters from fishing are going to be less plentiful. How many times have I gotten not even a nibble in a row? What? Why? Oh my god. Finally. It's like, again, all that for just a Magikarp. Oh, you know what's weird? The chances to catch Dratini are actually... It's still the best to just throw Pokeballs, or Safari Balls, but... It's actually very close. If you throw 1 rock, the chances overall barely go down. Dragonair, you're not useful to me anymore. I need your younger brethren instead. That is to say, I might as well, try a 1 rock strat. Which will make it twice as likely to run, but should improve the catch rate if it doesn't run. Which is exactly what I want to try, seeing as I have only 1 ball left. Okay, here we go. It's rock time. Don't run. Okay. Damn it. You are out of Safari Balls. It kicks me right out of the battle, which I guess makes sense. I'd say that was a pretty good haul. I'm gonna save. Alright, let's get back in there. It's just Dratini we need now. And getting to the area where we actually need to fish for it is very easy. So, let's see how we do. And yeah, I'm going back to the strategy of just throwing balls. If this does end up being the finale stream, it's going to be a very long stream because there's still a lot I have planned. Hello, Dratini. Let's see what we can do. By the way... Oh, hold on. Gotta lock in. Let's go! That's the entire Safari Zone done! We're done with the Safari Zone! Yes! Oh my god, the evil is defeated. Hitler dead. The existence of this mythical Pokémon was only recently confirmed by a fisherman who caught one. Yeah, me. Oh my god, it's over. Okay, anyway, what I was gonna say is, the results are in. Survey says, Tauros was definitely a worse experience to catch than Tangela. I thought Tangela was gonna be the worst. No, Tauros was the worst. Overall, Safari Zone was by far the worst. I'd rank it probably somewhere between Broken Femur Bone and Chinese Water Torture. But it's done! It's finally done! At least I think it is. I don't think there are any other Safari Zone exclusive Pokemon that I have to catch. So, it's time to accelerate things. So we got Tauros, we got Tangela, we got Kangaskhan. Somehow we got Pinsir. That is insane to me still. We got Dratini and Dragonair. Is my Pokedex at 109? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm going to save again. Okay, and now, I am a little strapped for cash, but there is a fix for that. So, here's what we're gonna do. You probably already know. First of all, HM Symbiote, you've done great. Better than I could have ever asked. You absolutely hard carried in that Kangaskhan split. Wrong part of the PC. I want to withdraw my nuggets. I have a full bag, okay. I need to deposit something then. I don't have room in the PC! Okay, do I have rare candies in the PC? I might. Yes, I do. I have 12. Oh, I have 12. Ah, damn it. If only I had, like, 2 fewer. That's fine. I have a plan. Where is the Dragonair that I caught? Because we want to level this up to have it become a Dragonite anyway, so let's just use a bunch of rare candies on it right now. Because I can combine my stashes of rare candies from the PC in the bag to free up an item slot. But I don't want that amount to go over 99. Because then I think it'll overflow into another item slot and not work. So, I'm not gonna level up Dragonair all the way to level 55 right now, but we are gonna use a fair few rare candies on it. Probably until my remaining supply says 79, so another 5. We'll get it to level 25. Breathe a sigh of relief, everyone. We're done with the Safari Zone. Frankly, I think everything else that's left is going to be a lot more fun. So I hope I have the energy for it. Okay, let's withdraw all of them. And now I should be able to deposit something. Like, for example, this Max Ether. There we go. And now I can withdraw my nuggets. Beautiful. And now, oops. We take our nuggets. And we prepare for the long-range trainer glitch. So first off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put the nuggets in the 6th slot in the box. Or bag, not box. And, I'm gonna save ahead of doing this glitch. And, I suppose if you, didn't see my full explanation, here's the Cliff Notes version. We are going to head up here where there is a long-range trainer, which means that he can see you on the first tile upon which he appears on screen. If you buffer a menu input, right as he appears on screen, you can open the menu before he sees you because NPCs are drawn on screen facing south for 1 frame before they turn to face their intended direction. We can then use this menu input to fly away from him, troll the ever-living hell out of him, and glitch out the route because it's trying to spawn an encounter with that trainer. My buttons don't currently work, but I can fix this by interacting with the PC, which does still work. We go to Bill's PC. We go to Change Box, which will prompt the game to save. And if we reset, we will get access to our buttons back. Because resetting the game allows us to get our buttons back, but normally we wouldn't be able to do that without saving. And normally we wouldn't be able to save in that state, but fortunately the PC allows us to bypass this. Let's get right back into the game. We have access to our buttons again. The game is still trying to run that NPC movement action script. And we need to make sure that that action script gets run before anything else happens. Fortunately, in this game, for some reason, strength boulders count as NPCs. So we just push one. It takes care of that for us. Now, an encounter is brewing in that same route where we trolled the trainer. And we are going to make that encounter exactly what we want it to be by manipulating what the special stat of the last Pokemon that we fought is. And the easiest way to do that is to fight a Ditto and get it to transform into one of our own Pokemon that has the special stat that we desire. In this case, that special stat belongs to Snoutlet, and we are going to switch Snoutlet into a Ditto. Oh shit, can't escape. Oh boy. We're gonna switch switch Snoutlet into a Ditto on the bottom floor of this mansion. I'm just gonna put Arc up in front so that no longer is a problem. And yeah, we'll get that Ditto to have the special stat that we want, and then we'll end the fight. And then we'll immediately get out of here. Doesn't matter what Pokemon we encounter along the way, just so long as the last thing that we fight before we go back to that route is the Ditto. If I had regular repels instead of super repels, I'd probably use one to get to the bottom floor of the mansion quicker. But I think the super repels are overkill, and I'd end up overusing those steps. When we go back to that route, the moment we step foot into it, it's going to try and trigger a fight, and in doing so, it's actually going to automatically prompt the menu to open. When we back out of the menu, the fight will begin, and it will be an encounter with Missing No. And more specifically, it'll be an encounter with Missing No that has the Kabutops fossil sprite, because Missing No's usual sprite in Pokemon Yellow will more often than not crash the game, but if it gets its sprite data from an actual in-game source that isn't glitched out, it won't crash the game. And that's why Snoutlet has the specific special stat of 182. The special stats 182, 183, and 184 are safe. 182 is, of course, one of those. Missing No will spawn Kabutops fossil form as its sprite, and it will induce the Missing No effect immediately upon encountering it, which involves maximizing the quantity of the item in the 6th slot in your bag. I've already done this for rare candies. I've already done this for Master Balls. I think it's time we do it with Nuggets. So yeah, it's just a matter of getting Ditto to show up here. We're no stranger to running around until we get a Pokemon that we're looking for, right? At least we don't have to worry about catching it. In fact, now that I think about it, I don't think there's any more catching that we're going to be doing in this game at all. At least in the traditional sense. We're going to be entering deep, uncharted territory for a lot of the remainder of the completion of this game. I hope you're as excited as I am. There's still a lot left, so sit tight. We're really going to encounter a Muck before we encounter a Ditto. Ditto's levels are actually quite a bit lower than everything else on this floor, which means not only does Repel Manipulation not work, Repel Manipulation really does not work. You'd have to rely on, like, inverse Repel Manipulation, which, of course, does not exist. It'll show up eventually, don't worry. Once it does, we'll fly back to Cerulean, head north, and get the nuggets that we were promised. Each one sells for $5 grand. And that's money that we need if we're gonna get what we want from the game corner without gambling. And I don't know about you, but I think I've had more than enough of my fill of RNG in this game. I don't think we need to do any gambling at the game corner. I think that's done. We fight one Ditto and we're out, Jesse! Just one, Mr. White? Just one! My friends and I are watching Breaking Bad periodically in our calls every night. And we are towards the end of Season 4 now. Okay, where the fuck is Ditto? You can also find Ditto in Cerulean Cave, but it's a little risky to use Cerulean Cave as your method of getting Ditto, because Cerulean Cave is in the route where I'm abusing the long-range trainer, and the only way to get there is to go through that route, so it's kind of off the table. Ditto has never taken this long to show up when I need it, at the very least. Fortunately, I think there is a realistic possibility that this is the last time I need to do this long-range trainer glitch, at least for the purposes of item duplication. There might be another reason I'll need to do it. Another reason I hate this area. The encounter rate sometimes just fucking plummets, and you're just stuck here, running around in circles, waiting for a singular encounter. And then it's not even what you want it to be. So yeah, in total, I spent, close to 5 hours in the Safari Zone. It was between 4.5 and 5 hours. That's longer than any grinding session I've ever done in this game. and both of the longest grinding sessions that I've done in this game were here. And those 2 level grinding sessions put together would be longer than that Safari Zone grind, but... yeah, okay. We're definitely not going to need to maximize our nuggets more than once, especially now that we've lightened the load of the amount of Game Corner coins that we'll need by virtue of the fact that we caught that pincer. Didn't catch Scyther, though, despite the fact that we encountered it quite a few times. Pincer shows up once, and we catch it first try. Not only is RNG a cruel mistress, she's retarded, too. Where is this Ditto? Oh my god! I've struggled less finding Chansey in the Safari Zone. Where's the Ditto, Skylar? Skylar, where's the Ditto? Did you give it to Ted? Ditto's a 10% encounter, by the way. Yeah, Eradicate, Grimer, Muck, and Ditto are the only 4 Pokemon that you can encounter on this floor. Muck and Ditto are both 10% encounters. We've encountered Muck quite a few times, Ditto 0 times. I was supposed to be giving the Cliff Notes version of this glitch. But it turns out I might end up being stuck performing this glitch for longer than it took me to do it while I was explaining it. And, like, doing a little bit of trial and error along the way to optimize it as well. Can you see why I want to eliminate as much RNG as possible from the rest of this game? Can you see why I never want to touch this game again? Oh my god, bruh. One Ditto, that's all I need. Don't even need to catch it. Don't even need to catch it. Oh yeah, there was a glitch that was recently found in Gen 4. It's a very, very specific glitch, but basically, U-turn has some special broken properties to it, where because of the order in which checks take place during Pokemon turns, if you use U-turn and then switch into a Pokemon that is holding a King's Rock, your opponent can flinch as a result of the effects of the King's Rock, even though the Pokemon holding the King's Rock didn't attack that turn. I don't remember if this works in all Gen 4 games, but it definitely works in at least some of them. And it does not work in Gen 5 or beyond. And I would assume it does not work in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because despite that game lifting a lot of its code directly from the original Diamond and Pearl, the battle engine was still pretty significantly overhauled and modernized. You know, they almost certainly took their Gen 8 battle mechanics code and migrated that to Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In particular because, you know, it has the changes from later gens, like the fairy type existing, new moves, and stuff like crits doing 1.5x damage instead of 2. And friendship cheese. That's also a thing. Oh my god, where the fuck is this Ditto? I'm losing my fucking mind over here. Walter, put your Ditto away, Walter. Okay, thank fucking God. I am the one who transforms! Don't waste the opportunity. Alright, we switch into Snoutlet. It transforms. It becomes Hypno, which indeed has 182 special. We've done what we needed to in the fight. We can use Arc to dig out of here. I have no idea where this will bring me, by the way. Oh, it will bring me to Cerulean. Okay, cool. Because it doesn't just bring you outside of wherever you're digging out of, it'll bring you to the last Pokemon Center you used. Alright, so now we re-enter the route, encounter, and there's Missing now. And there's our colossal amount of nuggets, which only shows us 2 right now, but you'll see. Now it's Ice Cube floating on water, too. I believe that's its way of attempting to represent 13 in a single-digit slot. Alright, let's go over to Celadon with all the money that we have now. And, let us determine... Let me save again, by the way. Let's determine what Pokemon that we're gonna get over here in this lovely game corner. It looks like this is how we'll be getting Vulpix. Actually, let me do it better this way. Yeah, okay. So we'll be getting Vulpix. We'll be getting Wigglytuff. We'll be getting Scyther. We'll be getting Porygon. And those are the ones, okay. Technically, we don't need to get Wigglytuff, but because we have Jigglypuff, but in terms of money, we have the money, which we actually don't have in the form of money right now, because we've been divesting, and we've been buying gold. But now it's time to liquidate our assets. Which I suppose I'll do at the department store. Which we will be paying a visit to shortly after this as well, because I believe this is where we can get evolutionary stones. And we'll need quite a few of those. So yes, let's sell those nuggets. I think selling 50 will be just fine. That's it. Give me 250,000 Poké Dollars right then and there. That should be enough for a truckload of Game Corner coins. So let's find wherever the hell this Game Corner is. Get in there, baby. That's the mansion. Is this the Game Corner? Right, okay. And this is the reception, or the awards desk, or whatever. Rewards desk. A coin case was... Oh, fuck me. No! Alright, time to figure out what I'm gonna have to do to fucking hot swap this shit again. As you can see, yeah. Let me just see if there's anything in my bag that I can just... I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna go and sell the max potion that I have right now. I think that's the easiest course of action. Walter, sell your max potion, Walter. Also, not to spoil anything, I don't really think this is a spoiler, because I'm not going to give the context for it. But fucking Bill Burr showed up in one of the Breaking Bad episodes. To say that that was unexpected was a massive understatement. Part of me is just surprised I didn't already know. But yeah, there you go. There's your damn coin case. Now let's go get some Game Corner coins, shall we? I think we shall. Okay, so we have 280 coins. Which is actually enough to get an Abra. We're not going to do that, though. You can also get some TMs there. Where is the desk where we can buy coins? Is that inside the Game Corner proper? Let's go gambling! I love that he calls it Rocket Game Corner. They're just gonna keep that branding after everything that they did. Also, we're gonna be here for a while because, you can only buy 50 at a time. We're gonna have to buy a lot of 50s. So I'm just going to be mashing A for a while. I hope that's okay with everybody. You get to hear this music. This is riveting gameplay. This is how Pokemon fans play the cutscenes in newer games, and then they complain about the story. Well, this is definitely going to be a good stream for getting a lot of battles done on the Smack Row. I wonder if we're going to hit 18,000 this stream. I think there's a good chance we will. We'll see. So let's see here. So yes, we're gonna be getting Game Corner Mons. And then I'm pretty sure after that, it's gonna be on to the evolutioning. And it's gonna be all about evolving everything that we cannot otherwise obtain through normal means. And then all that's left is going to be getting Pokemon through not normal means. And boy, isn't that going to be something. Which reminds me, there is a web page that I need to make sure I have open. Oh shit. Okay, well, I know what tab that is now. It's this one, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. I'm actually curious if there's a cap on the amount of coins that you can have at once, because the fact that Porygon is 9,999 Game Corner coins makes me wonder if it's possible to hit 10,000. And no, I don't think we're gonna run out of money. But if we do, I have a lot more, a whole bunch more nuggets that I have not sold. So, but yes, in future games, you could get 500 Game Corner coins at once, and pay 10,000 Poké Dollars for those. And boy, was that quite the time save. I don't use emulator speed up for these games. I don't want to use emulator speed up for these games. But that's not because I don't get why players use emulator speed up. Oh, I get it. I get why. The reason I don't use emulator speed up for these games is because I want to fairly judge them, particularly in comparison to the games where emulator speed up isn't possible. And then you ask yourself, Pokémon fan, are the newer games slower to you? Or is your perspective warped by the fact that you play every Pokémon game on an emulator with fast forward? At least for the older games. I'll be honest, for a while there during that grind, I thought I was just gonna be stuck trying to get Tauros and Kangaskhan until the 6-hour mark in the stream. Before I would then finally fucking give up, crash out, and, you know, hit the big red button. But no, here we are, not even at the 6-hour mark of the stream yet, and we are past the point of the Safari Zone and are now doing other things. We are concerning ourselves with other affairs. I'm gonna switch to my index finger, my thumb is getting tired. So how's everyone doing? Are we doing well? I hope we're doing well. It looks like the Smackro has done 402 battles so far, assuming that Fox has won every single one of them, which is not a guarantee. As a reminder, of course, you can hit exclamation Smackro in the chat to get more information about it, but, the Smackro itself, it's short for Smash Ultimate Macro, and it is an Arduino bot that I programmed, which repeatedly sets up fights and completes battles in Smash Ultimate to automatically grind for me the milestones in the game for fighting a certain amount of battles. A lot of people will not consider that legitimate. And, part of me doesn't really consider it legitimate either. But, let's be kind of honest here. That's the only way I was ever gonna get those milestones. And in Smash Ultimate, they only go up to 50,000. I say only, because in Melee and Brawl, and I don't know about Smash 4, but definitely Melee and Brawl, they go up to 1 million. I am not going to fight 1 million battles in Melee or Brawl. As much as I love those games, just like I love Ultimate. I don't even think I've watched even remotely that many Melee matches. And that number certainly isn't going up at the rate it used to, after, you know, the Melee community essentially drove one of their players to take his own life. I think at this point I'm just gonna watch from afar as the scene eats itself alive. Alright, we're at 6,000 coin now. I wonder if I can, like, mathematically fucking buy specific Pokemon or other things at the reward shop to get myself to having 4 coin. And yes, this does also remind me of, that stream that I did for Black 2, where I essentially spent an entire hour doing nothing but selling items. Don't worry. I don't think it'll take an hour to do this game corner. But that's not gonna make it feel like it's going by any quicker. Of course, I still only have 1 capture card. And even if I didn't, I probably still wouldn't run the Smackro on streams where I'm playing a console game. Because I want a view of it on my TV. The way in which I planned to capture Game Boy Advance games was through the use of the Game Boy Player on the GameCube, which I have. But that was before I realized that capture cards exist for the original Nintendo DS. Which is also something I was interested in getting anyway for the purposes of dual slot mode for Backlog games that support that. If you're wondering, that is related to Pokémon. Since, of course, that's also how PAL Park works. But that also allows me, with the original DS capture card, which, if you're wondering, I have actually already used on stream, to show both perspectives of a memory link taking place between my copy of White and my copy of Black 2. I can also use that to capture GBA games, because of course the DS is backwards compatible with GBA. That's the whole second slot in dual slot mode. Now, I would still much prefer using the Game Boy Player setup to play GBA games. But if I get to a GBA game on the backlog, and the Smackro isn't done, or perhaps some other future macro that I have going on in the background isn't done, then I will instead do DS for the GBA game so that I can have the Smackro running in the background. It's more efficient that way. There aren't any GBA games on the backlog for a little bit, though. But they're early enough on the backlog where that has been a consideration in my mind. Because I do want the Smackro to be done as soon as possible, and the best way of doing that is making sure it can be in the background of as many streams as possible. Alright, we're closing in on 10K now. Get ready, everybody. Are we gonna have a Y10K problem? Let's find out. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, it caps out at 9999. Which also means I was scammed out of a few coins, but that's fine. Shades of Luigi's Balloon World. Alright, let's go and get ourselves a Porygon. Shall we? I think we shall. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, whoops. Ah! I think it's fine. There's no room for Pokemon. Porygon was sent to Pokemon Box 12. Okay. Okay. I don't know why it doesn't just, you know, do that when you get any other Pokemon. That it has the, you know, the support for putting it into the PC box automatically, but whatever, right? Okay, so we have Porygon now, which is easily the most expensive of any of the Game Corner Pokemon. Let's see here. So we still plan on getting Vulpix. Vulpix is 1,000. We plan on getting Wigglytuff. That is 2,680. We plan on getting Scyther. That's another 6,500. We got Pinsir. That's fine. And Porygon. And that's it. Okay. Oops. We unfortunately are going to have to grind, or, well, we're going to have to mash our way to 9,999 all over again. That is to say, I actually don't have enough money right now to get my way up to 9,999, but that's fine, because in terms of money, we have plenty of money. Let's go back to that department store. Sell a bunch more nuggets. Get a bunch more cash. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, let's get to mashing again. Here we go again. This is riveting gameplay. I'm mashing to get Game Corner coins in one hand and talking in a group chat in the other. We're talking about Game of the Year contenders. Halfway there. $7,000. We're almost there. I love how I said things are gonna get more interesting now that we're done with the Safari Zone, and here I am spending this much time just buying coins. After also spending a really long time trying to get that Ditto. My thumb is like going numb. Maybe I should have made a macro for this. It wouldn't be hard to do. Alright, we're almost done. Alright, last one. Okay. Let's go get some more Pokémon. Alright, so... we do want to get Scyther. So yeah, let's get Scyther. Alright. And now, the remaining Game Corner Pokemon. There is... Vulpix. Wigglytuff. And that's it. So we just need a total of 3680. Right now we have 3450. So we'll get our Vulpix. Alright, we just need to buy a few more coins. And then we'll be done here. And that should be all of the Game Corner Pokemon. And we now have 113 Pokemon registered. Now then. With all that stuff done, I would say it is time to let the evolutioning begin. Alright, so, first things first. I am going to deposit one of my Pokémon. I don't remember which box my Metapod is in, but that's going to be the next one that we go after. Is getting that Metapod and raising it to the level at which we can get it into a Butterfree. There it is. Alright. Now it's rare candy button mashing time. Paralyzed. And Metapod is evolving. Good. Okay. Now let's see, who is next on the evolutioning? How about Nidorina and Nidorino? We can deposit that coin case now. And we'll get some moonstones. Where are my Nidorines? I need my Nidorines. Doesn't look like they're here either. Shit. Okay, here we go. Now Nidorina is evolving. Now it's Nidorino's turn. Get ourselves a Nido King. Let me actually see here. Before I go any farther. Oh, I was gonna say, I feel like I remember needing to catch a multiple Clefairy, because we're gonna be evolving Clefairy next. The reason that I needed multiple Clefairy is because of an in-game trade, which we already took care of. At least I think we did. Yeah, okay. I think it was for Mr. Mime. Yeah, it was, okay. Alright, now which of these numerous boxes do I have Clefairy in? This one. Right here. Now let's get one more Moonstone. And use it post-haste. There we go. My favorite Gen 1 evolutionary line right here. Alright. Now how about that Vulpix we just got? I don't know if I have any other evolutionary stones on me. Doesn't look like I do. Alright, I don't. Well, that makes things a fair bit easier for us. Now, on which of these floors can we get those stones? Okay. Wow, tons of Pokémon stuff. Yes, weak Pokémon, specifically. It's an SNES. No kidding. Are there no Pokemon here? Or no, stands? Concession stands here? No. Alright, that's weird. Here we go. Alright, how many of these stones are we gonna need? It's a stone, Luigi! You didn't make it! I think we're gonna need 3. Yes, we are. Okay. I'm just gonna sell all my full heals. Because we need more bag space for other evolutionary stones, more specifically the water stone. How many water stone evolutions are we doing? Oh god, and the leaf stone too. Shit. How many leaf stones do we need? We need 2, because we already did one of them. And then there's water stones, so I need to sell some more shit. What do we sell? I don't want to sell my max elixirs. Wait. At the Celadon department store, they sell TM17 for submission. I can sell this without any regrets. Okay, let's buy 2 leaf stones now. and water stones. You're going to need 1, 2, 3 for right now. Okay. Nice. Alright. We're not going to concern ourselves with thunderstones right now. You'll see why. Okay, let's go back to the Pokemon Center now. That is going to be an evolution for Vulpix. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to say this, I don't think this is going to be the finale stream, because I've already been live for over 6 hours, and there's still a lot more to do, so I think I am unfortunately going to have to go back on that promise. But I will finish off the evolutioning, at least in the traditional sense. So let's see, so we've evolved Vulpix. What is next? Gloom is next. Would Gloom happen to be in here? No, okay. There it is. Let's get you a leaf stone, Gloom. Red Vileplume. Alright, what is next after that? Growlithe is next. There it is. Let's get you a Firestone. Alright, who's next? Poliwhirl's next. Fuck. Alright. Who is next? Shelder's next. It's gonna evolve into my goat. Oh yeah. That's my goat right there. Hell yeah. Anyway. Okay, Execute is next. There it is. Alright, that is Executor. Staryu's next. Struggling to stay awake. I really wish this could be the finale, but I just don't have the energy or time for it, sadly. Not tonight, but soon, very soon. Maybe even later today, honestly. I might just do it later today. We'll see. Depends on how things go. Alright, let's get that water stone. Get Starmie. Okay. There are only 3 more traditional evolutions left to do. First up, Kabuto. Hello, Doombloom. Fuck. No! Getting pretty sick of menuing. Where's this goddamn Kabuto? Oh my god, bruh. Bruh, where is it? I see Aerodactyl. There's no way it's... Was I just not paying full attention? Where the fuck is it? I've checked every single box. Am I getting played? Did I drop off the dome fossil and never pick the Kabuto up? No way, right? Actually, what am I doing? I can check the decks, right? Yeah, I 1000% have Kabuto. Where is it in my box? Okay, right now in my party, I've got Golduck, Paris, Pidgeot, Pikachu, and Dragonair. Let's go to box 1. We have Caterpie, Rattata, Mewtwo, Moltres, Zapdos, I think, Electrode, Lapras, Hitmonlee, Rhyhorn, Female Nidoran, Male Nidoran, Eevee, Snorlax, Articuno, Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise, Cubone, Poliwag, Exeggutor. Box 2, we have Abra, Lickitung, Rhyhorn, Rhydon, Seaking, Goldeen, Parasect, Sandslash, Graveler, Ditto, Venomoth, Golbat, Magikarp, Zubat, Sandshrew, Spearow, Butterfree, Clefable, Vileplume, and Starmie. Box 3, we have Slowbro, Slowpoke, Horsey, Seadra, Cubone, Haunter, Ghastly, Voltorb, Magnemite, Magneton, Grimer, Onix, Machop, Kadabra, Kadabra, Jigglypuff, Kingler, Krabby, Chansey, Oddish, Miles. Miles being the nickname for Mr. Mime. Box 4, we have Dugtrio, Diglett, Primeape, Mankey, Dugong, Tentacool, Dodrio, Fearow, Doduo, Gyarados, Venonat, Farfetch'd, Aerodactyl, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Poliwrath, Cloyster. Box 5, we have Dratini, Kangaskhan, Pinsir, Tauros, Tangela, Marowak, Geodude, Muck, Raticate, Seal, Rapidash, and Arcanine. Box 10, we just have Victory Bell. Box 12, the only other box of Pokemon in it, Wigglytuff, Scyther, Porygon, Hypno, and Ninetales. It's not in my PC. The only thing I can think of is that the Dome Fossil did get revived, but I didn't have space in my party for it. But why would it still say it was registered to the Dex? What the fuck is happening? Oh, you know what it is? Wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on. It's at the daycare. Fuck! I hate the way so many of these cities are designed. Where you have to basically, like, parkour through them in order to enter or exit them. Like, how do people live here? Wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties with the Kanto region that you are living in. That level, it's grown by 7. Well, that'll save me a little bit of rare candy usage, I suppose. There's Kabuto. Alright, we are gonna need to use a few other rare candies to get it up to level 40 to get Kabutops. Alright. I respect your services, daycare man. But, you provide a much better service in later games. Let's just say that. Alright, let's deposit Kabutops. Alright, not too many evolutions left. I think it's just... Yeah, okay. Well, another one that's in our party. Let's finish the level grinding for Dragonair. Get it all the way to 55. Time for many much more of the button mashing. I'll let my left hand do this one. Okay. I didn't realize we were learning moves. Yeah, this is the rare candy payoff right here. This is the whole reason that I had my heart set on, on getting the long-range trainer glitch done and confirming that it would work. It learns Hyper Beam right before leveling up. Sure, why not? Alright, that is Dragonite. There is one evolution left that I'm going to be doing this stream. And it's a very, very important one. I am going to be evolving my Eevee. I do not recall which box Eevee is in. But the evolution of choice is very deliberate and very, very important, as you'll see. This is not a choice based on personal preference, optimal completion, at least not the intended way. This is for a very specific, very complex, and possibly won't even work trick that I'll be doing the next time I stream this. But in order for it to work, I need this Eevee to become a Flareon. Based on my understanding of what's needed. Right, we are using a Firestone? Okay, cool. There you go. All right. And that brings our Pokédex total now up to 127. Let's consider the Pokémon that we don't have yet. Alright? So, Weedle, so they fall into only a few classifications. The Weedle evolutionary line cannot be obtained in yellow. The Weedle evolutionary line is exclusive to red and blue. Ekans and Arbok cannot be obtained in yellow. They're exclusive to red. Raichu cannot be obtained in yellow. At least, not in a singular copy of yellow. I'll expand on that when I stream this again. Meowth and Persian cannot be obtained in yellow. They're exclusive to blue. Alakazam is a trait evolution. Machamp is a trait evolution, and the manner in which I'll be getting that will also net me Machoke. Golem is a trait evolution. Gengar is a trait evolution. Hitmonchan cannot be obtained if you get Hitmonlee. You can only get one or the other. Coughing and Wheezing can't be obtained in yellow. Only in red and blue. Jinx cannot be obtained in yellow. Only in red and blue. Electabuzz can't be obtained in yellow. Only in red. Magmar can't be obtained in yellow. Only in blue. Seeing as there's only one Eevee in the game, and there's no breeding, you can only choose one evolution. I chose Flareon for reasons you'll see in the next stream, which means I missed out on Vaporeon and Jolteon. You can only choose one fossil, so getting Kabuto and Kabutops means missing out on Omanite and Omastar, and the Helix fossil. And Mew is a mythical. So, the remaining Pokemon in this dex only fall into a few categories. Version exclusives, trait evolutions, choices I missed out on, and then a very small amount of miscellaneous stuff. Basically, Basically, they can't be obtained in yellow at all. Most of them. At least not in a singular copy. So, we're gonna have to get creative. And to do so, we are going to do the video game glitch equivalent of entering creative mode. Oh, I think my capture card froze. That's fine. I didn't plan on showing anything else anyway, because I'm about to end the stream. So yes, we are going to perform the video game glitch equivalent of entering creative mode. And it's gonna be wild. And I have a few other things planned for the finale as well. So, the next stream of this will officially be the finale. We're currently sitting at 127 Pokemon out of 151. Yes, I do plan on getting Mew. Oh boy, do I plan on getting Mew. Crux of this whole thing. We're gonna save, because of course we are. And that'll be it for now. Next time I stream this, which God knows when, I'm gonna try and make it be as soon as possible. Possibly later today, we'll see. The planned stream for later tonight is Geometry Dash. But maybe I can squeeze in a Pokemon Yellow stream before going live for Geometry Dash. We'll see, we'll see. Because I really want to get Pokemon Yellow done this weekend, and I have a stream to make up for anyway, so might as well, right? Alright, so I'll hopefully be live again soon for the finale, the official finale of Pokemon Yellow. This was not the finale, but it is absolutely the penultimate stream, with how little is left. I'm very happy we got the Safari Zone done, even though it took an extremely long time. We got everything that we wanted there. And then some, courtesy of Pinsir, who definitely saved us some time on that Game Corner button mashing. So, I thank Pinsir for that, I suppose. Anyway, let's see how the Smacro's doing before we sign off for the night. We're looking at 17,925 battles fought total. So, yeah, that's a lot. And we're going to rack up those numbers one more time immediately on the backlog the next time I stream this. which again will hopefully be soon. We'll see how things play out. Keep looking forward, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.